Okay, awesome. Thank you again for joining me in my MERN Stack Mastery series. Today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be building a bookmarks application, and we're going to make use of the use ref hook while we build this. And we're also going to add JSON Web Token authentication to this application as well. So we'll be doing all those things within these next couple of videos that are part of the bookmarks application. So without further ado, let's jump in and let's get started. So I'm going to make an assumption that you already have a basic understanding of React before you come here. A very, very basic understanding. We're definitely going to go into some things now and you'll get some reps in, some practice. I'm also going to assume that you have a basic understanding of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And I also I'm going to make the assumption that you've seen some CSS module stuff. If you haven't seen those things, make sure you check out the previous couple of videos in this series, which is the to-do list, where we go into detail with all that. Especially when it comes to CSS modules, you can look at the third video on the to-do list, and that will break down how those work pretty simply. And we're going to build on top of that and build this next application. So when we are dealing with forms inside of React, which is something you have to do all the time when you're building applications, you've got forms everywhere. If I was to open up 10 different websites, you'd see a form here, a form there, a button there, an input there. You're always having to take your name and enter it into a form, type in your email address, or do those type of things. And React has a couple different ways that you can handle forms using React. Now we have the controlled forms approach, right? Um, that you probably have seen before, and we also have the uncontrolled forms approach. Now the controlled forms approach makes use of state. What you do is you have every single value inside the form synced up with a state variable, and you're basically keeping track of those back and forth. It causes a lot of re-renders as you're going, but it happens super fast, so you actually can't see it occurring. And the way that kind of works is you see this code example here, where you have this form, and you see that you have this use state hook. So you see that we're making a state variable called form that happens to be an object. That object has two keys in it, name and age, right? And every single time that the application changes, where when a user actually types in the form, you see we're going to call the set form function, right? Which is what we use in order to update form. And what's happening here is, let's say, for example, if we happen to type into the name field, right? You can see that the name of the name field is name, right? That sounds a little bit confusing, but there's a name property on every single input, and we are just happen that the name of it just happens to be, in this case, name, right? And on this one, you see the name property of this other input just happens to be age. So if you notice, it says event.target, right? Dot name, right? So whatever the target of the event, this is the handle change. This happens every single time the user essentially types into the input field. What's going to happen is it's going to look at that event's name. It's going to use that name property to say that set the value to whatever is to that same value. It sounds like a lot, but it's probably easier if I just show you, because even as I'm saying it out loud, it's like, man, there's so many moving parts. You need to see it. So let me actually do that really quickly. Let's take a second and let's do that. So yeah, let's make that happen. And so what I'm gonna do is, in order to make this happen quickly, I'm gonna copy this code that I've already written, and I'm gonna bring it into a code sandbox. So I'll copy this. I'll open up a quick little code sandbox. we'll go ahead, we'll create quick code sandbox. I'll go ahead and I'll make a new file. I'll call it form.js. I'll drop in that code, right? We'll save it. We'll go over to app.js. We'll import that little bit of code there. And we'll remove what was there, right? And then we'll save that. Then we'll go back over to form.js so you can see the pieces as we kind of go through them. So let's start by taking a look here. And like we just mentioned a second ago, we have this useState variable, right? Form and set form. So we have this, and this is an object. You see the key. The first key is name. The second key is age. So, and this is meant to map along with our form data. So if we scroll down here, we can look at our form data. We see that we have this form, and we see that that the value of it's going to be form.name. So the value to start off with this input is going to start off whatever form.name is. So form.name starts off with an empty string. That's the reason why you see an empty string here. Now, it also says right name here. That's because we have a placeholder that says right name here. So whatever this value starts off as, right? Whatever the value of name is what this first input in this form is going to start with. Like if, for example, I was to change this, and this instead of being an empty string started off with Superman, right? You can see here on the right hand side that that's the starting value. The starting value is Superman because that's what I wrote here. So that's how we're setting up our input. Our input is going to start with whatever form.name says, right? Then you see that on change, and you see it says handle change. The way that that works is every single time a user types in to this field, the change event is going to happen. So what we're saying is every single time the change event happens, call this function. So essentially every single time the user types in the field, right? This handle change function is going to run. So this handle change function that is here. And as you notice, the handle change function says I'm going to spread in all the values of form, right, into this brand new object. You can see that inside these curly braces. So I'm going to copy everything that was in form, right, at that current point in time. And then I'm going to take event.target.name inside these square brackets, and I'm going to assign it the value of event.target.value. Now, one thing you have to know that's a prerequisite knowledge for this to make sense is that every single time you type into the field, you update the value of event.target.value. So we started at Superman, but if I type in here Superman 785, the value, right, this property here is going to change every single time I start typing in that value. So as a result of that, what we're going to do is every single time that you start to type into the form field, and you're updating the value, we're also going to update the state. So we're going to update, for example, event.target.name is name here. So basically, you look at this as changing to be the name property, to be the word name, right? And then event.target.value is whatever you typed into the field. So as I type, every single time I type, I update the state, right? Every single time I type, I update the state. And the reason why that is important is because every single time that the state variable changes, it causes a re-render. It sees what's different inside the virtual DOM versus the DOM and makes an update if necessary, right? So that's what's happening there. And the reason why we do this brackets event.target.name thing that we're doing here is so we can reuse it on this one, right? Where with this one, you see event.target.name is age. So if we go ahead and we start changing what's here, so change it to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 13, whatever, we go ahead and make all those changes. We're going through the exact same steps, but we only have to write one function. So instead of us hard coding in the word name here or hard coding in the word age, we're using this syntax to be able to just look at the target of the event, which the target of the event when I'm typing here is that one, and the target of the event when I'm typing here is this input. So when the target is this, we'll look at the name property and we'll use that to say I'm going to update name here. And that's really, really important for us to see. Now, what might be what throws some people off when they're first looking at this is that they have a really hard time grasping the syntax here at first because it's shorthand syntax, so you don't see everything that's happening, and that's by design. And probably the best way for me to show you that is for me to go to a quick REPL.it, right? I'm going to go ahead and create a real quick JavaScript thing here. And I'm going to show you something that I know that you get, which is making an object. So I'm going to go ahead and make an object. Throw some curly braces in here. I'm going to say the name is Arthur, right? And I'm going to say that the age is 35, right? So that's what we have there. And if I console.log, right, object, you expect to see Arthur and age, right? Just the way it is. Now, if I were to make a copy of the object, let's say const, and let's just say copy, is equal to a brand new object and copy in all the values of the previous object. That's what that ... does. If I do that, right, and then I console.log the copy, right, you can now see I have both of those things in here. I've got name Arthur age 35 and name Arthur age 35. I have the exact same thing both times, right? And just to make it super clear, let's throw a little string in here. Let's say original, right? And then let's say this is the remix. And we'll go ahead and we'll throw that in there and we'll have a little remix in there, right? And if we run it now, we can see the original up here and the remix up here, but we got both the same exact values. Where if you know anything about music, you know what I'm saying? You know anything about music, you know that a remix, it's got to change something up. You got to have extra, you got to change the hook, you got to throw extra verse in, change some words, you got to do something, or it's not a remix, it's just a copy, right? So we have to change something. So let's say we just decided to go ahead and change, let's say for example, the name property. Name, right? Let's say like that. And let's say that we'll say the name is going to be 36, right? No, well, that doesn't make any sense. Name is going to be Big Papa Code, right? And then if we do that change and I go ahead and run it, right? You can see that it doesn't say name Arthur and then name Big Papa Code. This property here overwrote the original name property, right? So essentially, if you're taking a look now, I was able to copy everything that was inside the object, right? And then change the thing that I wanted to change after that, right? And now you see the remix has a name of Big Papa Code instead of a name of Arthur, right? So step by step, we created this object, right? We console logged the object. Then we made a copy, and what we did is we copied all of the values, right? And then we went ahead and took that new property and put that here after this comma, and that overwrote the original Big Papa Code property. And just so you know, that has no effect on the original object, right? Just like if you make a remix on a song, that old song still exists. And a better name for this, because it's not really a copy anymore, it's a remix, like we said. So we'll go ahead and change the name of it to remix. It's not a direct copy. We copied it here and then changed what we wanted to change. Just like a remix, right? And instead of this being name, this could have been age here, this could have been whatever, right? And even if I wanted to add like something new in here, name, age, and let's say fave food, and I could go ahead and write that, and voila, you see that we added those additional properties. But if we put a property here that already existed previously inside the object, right, we're going to end up overwriting it. So keep all that in mind. So now that you've seen that happen, let's come back over to our example here, and you'll see what this function is now doing. Because the thing that you have to see is that the target of the event, right? In the event, the actual event is every single time somebody types in the form. So somebody types in the form, right? That's the event. The target of the event is what is actually calling the event, which happens to be this input. This is what actually the target of that event is, right? The thing that we said on change. So whenever this changes, this being that particular input, whenever it changes, right? Go ahead and take the name property from the input, whatever the value of that is, which happens to be name, which corresponds to this key inside the object, right? Go ahead and change it to now be event.target.value, right? And remember, the value changes every single time you type. So basically, what's happening is we start with Superman. I type 7. That changes the event.target.value. That triggers the handle change event, the handle change function to run because the change event happened. And then we say, take name, right, and set it to the new event.target.value, which is Superman 7. Which, if these React Dev tools are keeping up, right, all right, let me save this, right, and if I go ahead and I type 7, right, sometimes in this only bad thing about Code Sandbox is these React Dev tools do not keep up. It frequently is behind. So we're not going to be able to see it update in real time down here, but we can see it updating in real time up here. Let me see if I can open it up in a new window and see it. Sometimes that helps us out when we want to use that tool. Something about this new version of React Dev Tools and Code Sandbox seems to be an issue often. You zoom in a little bit. And you can see it changing here in real time, right? Every single time we change, you can see that the data is changing here, right? So that changes, and so this should change, right? Right? And that's what we expect to see. And the same thing over here. We go ahead and we make that update. Then the age property should change as well, right? Inside of the state hooks. So that's what's going on inside of a controlled form, right? And that's actually what we've been doing so far. We just haven't broken down like that previously, but that is what's occurring inside of any one of our forms. So with that said, let's come back over to this example. And so that's what's happening inside of our controlled form, right? And very simple. Your parts are you have an object that's holding the form values and state. Voila, we need that. Handle change function that updates the state when you type into the form. Handle change, setup. Handle submit function to handle the form submission and do what you want to do with the data. In our example, we're just going to console.log it. We don't have to really break that down. We know how console.logs work, right? And done, right? So that's what we're doing with our controlled form in that example. Now, with an uncontrolled form, right, that's going to be helpful sometimes when you don't need as much, when you don't really need to do this. And an example of when we don't really need to do this is in a simple form like what we have in front of us right now. Now, there's going to be times where state variables are necessary in order for you to be able to handle your form appropriately because of the things you need to do with the form data, et cetera, et cetera. There's times where it's necessary. But in an example like what we have here, right? Um, as you can see, doing all this stuff seems a little bit like overkill to just go boom, boom, boom. I need to update that and I need to change this, right? Why do I need to keep updating the state every single time I type into the form if only thing I'm going to do with the data is eventually just submit the form? So when you're doing something very simple like that, then that's when use ref actually comes in really, really handy. All you need is a ref created for each input, right? And you need handle submit for when the form is submitted. So the way this ends up working is you create a ref, right? Using the use ref hook, and you initially set to null. Null, that's what you always do. And then you take that ref, let's say name input, age input, and you attach it to the input that you want to want to look at. For example, ref name input, ref age input. And then what you could do from there is you can access the properties of the name input, which is going to be connected to this input here, and the number input, which is going the age input, which is going to be connected to this one here. You can access it just like you would in regular DOM manipulation. It's going to be accessible though on the name of the reference, then the word current, so name input dot current, and then you can reference anything that you want on that item. And this doesn't have to be input; it could be anything that you just want to do that you just want to get access to the DOM properties of it. So, for example, the value. It could have been the background color. It could have been anything. And you're going to see that this is what we're going to do today in part of our forms. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to grab this part here, and I will swap it out for the code I have now. And you'll see that the form doesn't really change much when we make that change. So let me go ahead and copy this. Let's come back over here. Let's drop it in there, save it. Right? And let's say I write in Arthur. I go ahead and I put a couple numbers in there. I submit the form. If we go ahead and take a look, we see Arthur, we see age, boom, boom, right? And let's change that to 35. Submit the form. You see Arthur and you see age 35, right? Because what we're able to do is we take that name input, all right, and that age input, and we attach them to these inputs here. And so now, anytime I reference name input anywhere through the code, it knows I'm talking about this input. And when I reference age input, it knows I'm talking about this input, right? And then I have to say, hey, I want the name input dot current, right? That's where our DOM properties are going to be located, right? When I attach it to this ref here. And so essentially I have, I'm able to say, okay, give me the value of that input, or give me the value of this input. I'm able to reference it in that way, and it just ends up being really, really easy to handle a form. Now there are negatives to this. One of the biggest negatives is basically that for every single input that I have to, right, have a I've got to have a um, I've got to have a ref for each one. So if I have a form that has like 30 different input fields, then I'm gonna have to create 30 different refs. So that's gonna cause us writing a whole bunch of repeated code, right? So you normally only want to use this for like a quick form that only has a couple of, like, maybe 2, 3, 4 properties. The other thing is, if your form can have a variable number of input fields, right, then this is also not going to be possible, right? So I couldn't like loop over a bunch of different input fields, right, and then give each one a ref, because I have to know how many I have to start with, right? And you can't use ref inside of a loop either. So I can't like loop over and every single time make a new ref, etc. One, it wouldn't even be available to me in that scope. And secondly, you're actually not allowed to do that in React. You can't put hook calls inside of a loop, right? So just another thing that we need to keep in perspective. So with all those things, I mean, there are limitations, but there are benefits. You're always going to be able to use the more advanced approach that we talked about with the state, and that should be your default. But whenever you see like, hey, I'm doing something really, really simple here with this form, I could just go ahead and use a ref real quick, and I don't have to bind the state and all that stuff like that we had to do previously. So, like I said, really, really simple way to make your life just a little bit easier. So, with that said, what we're going to do now, after we've had that pre-conversation about the use ref hook, is we're going to go ahead and we are going to build our all the functionality for our bookmarks. So if you know anything about me, I like to start with the functionality, and after we start the functionality, then we can go ahead and optimize, and then we can go ahead and style last. It's always the best way to do it, because the styling, while super, super, super important, um, you know, you can't even style it until you have the whole entire structured application. And then secondly, you don't want to have things styled and then things just don't work. So first, let's make things work. Then let's organize things appropriately. Then after we organize things appropriately, then we'll style it. So when I first start to get things working, I just get it working. I get the functionality to work, and then I organize it to make it clean. Then after I organize it to make it clean, then I go ahead and add the styling, right? And my students that have been in my classes will notice that's the way my lessons go, right? But sometimes it may not be as apparent to them that that's the way that things should go, because they might say, well, we originally put all of our stuff into one file, and then we started moving the stuff around. And that's because the first thing we do is we just make it work, right? My students will remember our fruits application. We make our fruits application to get everything working, throw it all in the server.js. Then once we know it works, Then we take those pieces, then we organize them into the right files. After we organize them to the right files, then we can go ahead and add styling or something like that after that we make those things happen. But first, you just need to make it work. So let's just make it work. So in order to make it work, first things we need to do is we need to go ahead and we need to create and we need to essentially set up our routes. And the routing that we're going to need to do in order to get our bookmarks going is we're going to need to be able to delete individual bookmarks. We're going to need to be able to update individual bookmarks. We're going to need to be able to create those bookmarks. We're going to need to be able to log a user in. We're going to need to be able to sign up a user. And we're going to need to be able to get all of that user's bookmarks. Because essentially what we want to do is that a user is going to be able to log in, right, to our application or sign up. And when they log in or sign up to our application, what's going to happen is they're going to see a list of their bookmarks they created last time they logged it. They were logged in, or make brand new bookmarks. And then also, if Sally makes a bunch of bookmarks, and then LaQuisha comes in and logs in, LaQuisha's not going to see Sally's bookmarks. Sally sees Sally's bookmarks. LaQuisha sees LaQuisha's bookmarks. Right? That is the goal. And in order for us to do that, we're going to need to create two different models. We're going to need to have a user model, which is going to be used for us to be able to log in, create users, etc. They'll have a name property, an email property, a password property, and a list of their bookmarks. And then we're going to also need a bookmark model that's just going to be simple and just have like the title of the bookmark and the link that we want users to be able to go to. So that's our main setup here. So we need to make these two models, right? And we need to make these controller actions, functions, etc. Destroy a bookmark, update a bookmark, create a bookmark, log in a user, sign up a user, and get the user's bookmarks. So the steps that we're going to do in order to make this happen is we're going to use Create React App to build our application. Then we're going to add in our .env, our server.js, env example, models, controllers, routes, the config folders. We're going to add all that stuff. Then we're also going to add the Mongoose package, the Morgan package, bcrypt, and JSON Web Token, so we can do our JWT authentication. Then we're going to build a server, right, and the config database to allow us to be able to connect to our MongoDB Atlas database, right, that you should already have created as a prerequisite to coming here, which just takes a couple steps. Just go to MongoDB Atlas, make the account, and all those setups are pretty self-explanatory. But if you have never done so before, I will link some instructions later on once these set of videos are done, so that you can go to that. But there's a lot of great examples that just show you how to set it up in about 5 minutes. Usually, like I said, you just go to the account and you go ahead and make a free account. And then once you have that free account set up, it'll give you a link that you can go ahead and utilize to be able to connect. And you can see that we did that previously also in our to-do application. Then we're going to build the bookmark model and the user model and build the controllers for the bookmark and user. And we're also going to build a router for the bookmarks and build a router for the user. And then we're going to test the login, sign up, creating bookmarks, etc. Make sure all that's working. Once we have all that working, we'll be done with this part. We'll have all of our core functionality, and then we'll go ahead and actually separate our concerns properly and make all of this, make all these pieces work. Once we have that done, then we'll go ahead and we'll style our application by adding Sass, styling the login, the sign up page, etc. And so that will be the way that we kind of move through this set of, move through building this bookmark application. So without further ado, let's make that happen. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my terminal, right? And let me go ahead and zoom in really quickly. I'm going to CD into my software classwork folder, and I've already got my to-dos in here. As you'll see, to-dos YouTube example. I'm going to make another application with create React app. I'm going to say npx create React app, and I'm going to name this project Bookmarks YouTube example. And once that's done, we will jump into that folder. While that's happening, we can go ahead and pause the video. Cool. And now that that's done, let's go ahead and let's cd into that folder. Right? And now that I'm in that folder, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to add those folders that we mentioned that we need. So we're going to make a directory of config, right? Controllers, routes, models, right? So we'll add those. Then we're also going to go ahead and touch server.js, .env, .env, .example, or .env dash example, I mean. Right? So we will do that. And so that will create all of that for us. And you can use, and either one is fine if you do .env .example or .env dash example. Either one is going to work just fine for you. Keep that in mind. It's just a change what we type in the get ignore. For this example, I'm going to do .env dash example, right? And I'm going to go ahead and do that. And so now we have our env example, our env, our server.js, our configs, our controllers, etc. Right? So we have our basic setup there. And then we could just go ahead and jump ahead and just add the packages we need. So we can add Mongoose, we can add Morgan, we can add bcrypt, and we could add JSON Web Token and .env. Right? Mongoose so that we can connect with MongoDB, Morgan so we have our logger set up, bcrypt so we can encrypt our passwords, JSON Web Token so we can make our JSON Web Tokens, and .env so we can use our .env file. Right? So those are the things that we need. Right? So with that said, let's go ahead now and let's run that. That'll take a little bit of time for that to complete. We'll pause while it's doing it. Cool, now all that's been added. So now let's go ahead and open up VS Code. And now that we have VS Code open to our Bookmarks YouTube example, right? Let's start to get busy here. I'm going to go ahead and close this for right now. I'll just downsize it for right now. And let's go ahead and build our application. So to keep in mind what we just mentioned, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be building that Bookmarks application that we spoke about. And the first set of things that we're going to do is we are going to just build out all this functionality, right? In our, using our router, our controller, and also our model. So when we're building, we're always going to go model first, then controller, and then routes, because the model is used inside the controller, and the controller is used inside the route, right? We're also going to need to build our server.js, and we could do that last as well. That one doesn't matter which order you do that in. You could do the server last, you could do the server first. It doesn't matter. But those are two things that make sense. Either do the server last, do the server first. We're going to go models first, then we're going to go controllers, then we're going to go to routers, then we'll go ahead and make our server.js along with our database connection. So let's do it in that order, right? So first bit of code that we're going to write is inside of models. I'm going to make a brand new file. I'm going to name it user.js, right? And inside of user.js, what I'm going to do is I am going to make use of the schema and the model functionality that comes from Mongoose, right? Which is going to give me the ability to be able to make a schema and a model that we will use to communicate with our database. So essentially, what the schema is going to do is going to be able to tell our models the way that they need to be structured, right? And then what the model is going to do is give us functionality that lets us talk to the database. So we're going to also make use of bcrypt, and we'll go ahead and we'll require bcrypt. And then we will create a constant called salt rounds. And you see we're doing this all caps. Whenever we do that all caps, essentially what we're saying there is that this is a true constant that'll never change, right? So we'll do that there as well. That's because when we set a number to a constant, you can never change it, right? Um, and the reason why we just won't write the number 6 everywhere, even though it's always going to be 6, because this is way more descriptive than just the number 6, right? So if we go ahead and we just write the number 6 everywhere where we want to use salt rounds, sometimes you'll look at it and say, what the heck is that number 6 supposed to be doing? But if we instead are using the word salt rounds, we'll know, oh, that's how many times we want to, how many rounds of salting that we want to do. It just makes it more descriptive, right? Remember, the code is for humans, not for the computer. In the sense of somebody's going to have to come behind you and read your code eventually, and so you want to make it as easy for them to understand what it is that they're reading. So I will say I have user schema. It's going to be equal to a brand new schema, right? And I'm going to go ahead and say I have a name, and the name is going to be a type string, right? And that name is going to be required. So required is going to be true. And then we'll have an email. That's also going to be a string, right? It's going to have to be unique. That's going to be our unique identifier for our application, right? Just like you see a lot of other applications, only one, you can only sign up with the same email address one time, right? Same thing we're going to do here. So this is going to be our unique value. We're also going to say trim is true. And essentially what that means is any blank text before and after the email address we're going to ignore. We're also going to lowercase it, right? And it's going to be required. Then we're going to have a password. basically the same thing, except it doesn't have to be unique. So the type is still going to be string. The trim is going to be true. We also need to lowercase it, right? And actually, no, let's not lowercase it. It's not forced to be lowercase. Let's let people make it uppercase, lowercase. People like to do that with their passwords. But let's make sure that they can't make it too short, so we'll give it a minimum length. And we'll say minimum length is going to be, let's say, 5 characters. So your password has to be at least 5 characters long, and it's required that you have a password. So require true. Right? Um, yeah, and that's all. No, and then we also need our bookmarks for the user. And we'll say bookmarks is going to be an array of objects, right? Which for their type is going to be schema dot types dot object ID, and the ref is going to be bookmark, right? And so that's what we'll do there. And then in our second object, right, for our schema, we'll say that timestamps are going to be true. And then also, when we transform this into JSON, right, the thing that we need to make sure is that we do not print out the password. So we will delete whatever we return. We're going to delete the password first, and then we're going to return what we want to return. Right? Because it's going to return to us the document. Right, like a pure JSON part of the body of the document. But what we need to do is we need to make sure that the password gets deleted from that, because we don't ever want to send the password back. Even though we have the data stored, we don't want to send that data to the user's browser. That would be very unsafe and something that we don't want to actually do. So we're going to make sure we don't do that. Right? Then we're also going to make it so that we're going to add a pre-hook. And we're just going to say whenever the document gets saved, right? So whenever we go ahead and save the document, we'll go ahead and add a callback function. And essentially what that function is going to do, right? Actually, new habit of me always making it an arrow function, but in this case, I actually need the old school function, right? And essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if, right, this, which is why I need to use the regular function, because I can get the this keyword to behave the way I want it to behave in this instance. And I'm going to say if this dot is modified, right, the password. So I'm checking to see if the password's been modified, right? If it's not been modified, I'm just going to return next. And so I'm just going to call next. Now, on the other hand, if it hasn't been, which I don't need to put an else because because the return would exit the function. So if I didn't modify it, If it wasn't modified, I've already just exited the function already. So this will only happen if we didn't return, and I'll say this.password is equal to await for us to take bcrypt, right, and use it to hash the password, and we'll use this.password, right, and we will salt it however many times we want to salt it, right, and voila, there we go. So that's what we'll do every single time that the password has been changed. And there you go. And now we'll go ahead and we'll take this model and we will export it. Right? And now we have our exported model that we can use in another file. So that is our code here for our model for user. And now let's go ahead and make our model for bookmarks. Bookmark.js, right? Inside the models, we do singular and do a lot of the same stuff here. So we're going to say const schema and model, and that's going to be equal to require mongoose, right? We'll say const bookmark schema is equal to a new schema, and that's going to have a title, and we'll say that the type is string and that it is required. And we'll say that the URL is type string, and it's also required. And we'll say that timestamps are going to be true. And we'll say module.exports are equal to model. And we will call this bookmark. And then we will say here that this is our bookmark schema. And voila, we now have exported our bookmark model. So now we can go to our controllers. I'm going to make a new folder in controllers called API. And then inside of API, I'm going to make a new file called bookmarks plural.js, right? And another one called users.js, right? So remember, the model is basically is going to be used for us to be able to interact with our database. And we're going to say every single bookmark in our database is going to have a title and a URL property, right? As well as it's going to have timestamps turned on, so created at, updated at, etc. And then the user is also going to have created at, updated at, etc. But it's also going to have a name, an email, a password, and an array of bookmarks, right? And that array of bookmarks is just going to be an array of these things, these bookmarks, because every single user is going to have bookmarks that are unique to them. So we'll start building this, um, and what I'm going to do to get started is essentially I'm going to need to import my bookmark model, and that's going to come from to require, and let's do dot slash. Let's go over to models and let's get bookmark. Right? And then what we could do is we need to think about what it is we need to be able to do. So we need to be able to delete a bookmark. We got to be able to create a bookmark. And we need to be able to update a bookmark. Those are the three things that we need to be able to do here. Delete a bookmark, create a bookmark, update a bookmark. That's the functionality that we need to be able to do with our individual bookmarks. Right? So, with that said, I'm going to use Express, which we haven't added yet. So let's go ahead and add Express. Right? Let's go ahead and say npmi express. And what we're going to eventually do is we're going to make it so that the routers that we haven't made yet are going to connect with this functionality that we have here in order to essentially um, to be able to do these actions whenever a user hits a specific route, which we'll see when we test it. But first, we'll make the functionality. So I'm going to start by I'm just going to make each one of these an individual function. So I'll go ahead and say const, and I'm going to call this destroy. I'm going to call destroy bookmark. And I'm going to say that's equal to a little function that says rec next, which when we use express, that's going to be very, very important for us because rec next is going to get passed into any of the callback functions that we use with express. And I'll show you. So I'm going to show you what this is going to end up doing for us. But essentially, the rec object is going to be the request that the user makes. The response is going to be the response that we can respond back to the user with, right? Eventually, once the cycle is complete, and next is going to be used to call the next function in the list of functions. So we'll say const destroy bookmark, and const destroy bookmark is essentially going to be the function that is able to destroy our bookmarks. So we're going to want to write some functionality to take care of that. So what we'll do is we'll actually make this an asynchronous function. And we will say that we're going to try to do something, and then if we can't do it, we'll catch an error and we'll send an error back. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take the bookmark and I'm going to say that I want to find by ID and delete, right, the rec.params.id, right, which we're going to assume we're going to get from the URL parameters. So we'll say rec.params.id, right, and we are going to await for that to happen. So we're going to wait for us to go ahead and delete. right? And then once we've deleted, right, we're going to take that the deleted bookmark and send it back to the user. So we could just say const, and let's say deleted bookmark, right? We're going to say res, and we'll say res dot dot locals dot data dot bookmark singular is going to be equal to the deleted bookmark. And then we're going to go ahead and call next. And then if that's not successful, we'll go ahead and give a status code 400, and we will use the error message. This way that we can read that message. And there we go there. And now we have our destroy bookmark functionality. Right? Now, the thing about this is this functionality is going to be the exact same for the update. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And then for the update, we're going to do almost exactly the same thing, except for instead of destroy bookmark, we're going to be updating a bookmark, right? Instead of a deleted bookmark, we're going to have an updated bookmark. And instead of find by ID and delete, we're going to find by ID and update. Instead of only deleting the rec.params.id, we're also going to need to be able to essentially tell it what we want to update, right? So let's say we're going to need to pass in the body of the request. We're also going to need to say that we want we're going to need to pass in new true to tell it that, hey, by the way, I want to get when you give me back the updated bookmark, I want the actual updated bookmark, not the bookmark before it was updated. Because by default, it will give you the original bookmark before you changed it. So, but by us saying new true, we're saying that, hey, give me the bookmark that you made the changes to. And then we're going to take that bookmark and save it in our res.locals.data, right? And that's not going to be a deleted bookmark. That's going to be the bookmark we updated. And if we got an error, we'll go ahead and write that error in. This way that we can see that error. And then we'll also create bookmarks. And we'll go ahead and make an asynchronous function for that. It's going to be a lot of the same stuff here. But in this example, what we're doing is we're actually creating a new bookmark, right? So we'll say const created bookmark, keeping the same setup, and we'll say that's going to be equal to us awaiting, right, for the bookmark to get created. And then we'll say res.locals.data.bookmark is equal to the created bookmark. And then if we get an error, we'll do the same thing. We'll say res.status, and we'll set the status to 400. And then we'll send back a JSON response. Error.message. And we will save it. And then we'll go ahead and say that we'll export all this module.exports, and we'll put in our destroy bookmark function. We'll put in our update bookmark function, and we'll put in our create bookmark function. So all that will get exported. And so then we have our bookmark controller. Right? And then we'll go over to our users. And inside the users, what we're going to do is we're going to do a lot of the same thing, right? Coming back over to our functionality though is going to be slightly different, because remember what we got to do with the users, we have to log the user in, we got to create new users, and we got to get all the bookmarks for the individual user. So those are things that we want to do here. We want to log a user in, be able to create a user, right? So sign up a user, and we need to be able to get all the users' bookmarks, right? So that's our functionality that we're trying to create there. So let's do that. Let's say we have const, and let's say user is going to be equal to that user model that we created. So let's go ahead and get the user model. So we got to go over to the models folder and then get user from there, right? And then what I'm going to do is we'll go ahead and make that function that start making that functionality. So we'll start with our sign up. Now the sign up is going to be actually interesting because we're going to need to deal with the password and all that stuff like that. So it's a little bit more functionality than we had previously, but it's still fairly simple on what we want to do here. So what we'll do is we will say, let's make sign up. Let's say that's going to be a asynchronous function. We'll throw a try catch in there. And essentially what we're going to do is we're going to say const user, right, is going to be equal, right, to user dot create and then rec dot body, right? So that's what we're going to do there. Then we're going to say that the token, right, because we're going to do JSON Web Token authentication, and that token is going to be equal to us actually making, a JWT. So we're going to, so we could write all that functionality directly here, but we're going to have to do it multiple times. So I'm going to make a helper function, and I'm just going to make a helper function real quick. And I'm going to call it, let's call it, create JWT. Right? That's a good name. So we'll call it create JWT. And all it's going to do is going to accept a user, and then it's going to return to us a fully formed JSON Web Token. Right? So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to call JWT dot sign, right? Let's say JWT. It keeps doing that. Stop doing that. VS Code JWT.sign, and we'll say JWT.sign. And essentially what you have to do with JWT.sign is you have to give it a couple of arguments. The first argument is going to be what you actually want to sign it with. So we'll say jwt.sign there. We'll say process.env.secret. That's the secret that we're going to use in order to, like, that we're going to sign, the secret key that we're going to use to sign it with. And then also we'll tell it how long we want it to last. So we'll say expires in, and we'll say for us, we'll say 48 hours. Why not? All right, so everybody's token can last 2 days. So that's what we'll do there. We're going to need to, since we want to use the JSON Web Token package, VS Code already started to write it partially for me, but like I said, I never trust them to do it right, and they didn't do it right there. So I'll just put JWT, right? This way that we can use that JWT package to take care of that. And then we're also going to eventually need to use bcrypt, and I'm going to go ahead and just bring in bcrypt also. So let's say bcrypt is equal to require, and we'll require bcrypt. And so now what we're saying is, we'll say the const token is equal to create JWT with the user that we just made. And we'll say res.locals.data.user is going to be equal to the user. And res.locals.data, right, dot token is going to be equal to the token, right? And then we'll call next. Man, stop messing with my stuff. NEXT. There we go. And let's call Reqs next. Right? And then I will go ahead and say res that status 400 if we weren't able to do that. And then our message, which is going to be equal to the error.message. And that's our sign up. And then we'll do the same thing for login. Right? That's going to be equal to async reqres next. We'll do a try catch. And we're just doing the inverse of what we just did because the user already exists. So we're not creating the user, we're going to find the user. So we're going to say const user is equal to user.findOne. And we're going to find them by their email because that's what they'll use to log in. So that's got to be equal to rec.body.email. So we'll find the user by the email, and we're going to wait for that. Well, I think we might have forgot to wait up here. Yep. And so we'll wait for that. After we finish waiting for us to get the email, we're going to need to check and see if the passwords match. But we're going to be encrypting the passwords. VS Code added this thing up here. I'll delete it. But yeah, so since we are going to be requesting, basically what we're going to be doing is when a user logs in, right, we're going to need to check and see if the password they use to log in, same password that we have stored. The only thing is that when we store a password, we're going to encrypt the password first, right? So we won't be able to just automatically check and see and say that this person gave us Superman for their password, but in the database we'll have the encrypted version of Superman, so they won't be equal to each other. So we're going to need to encrypt the password the same way that we encrypted it originally. And if you look back at the user model, the way that we did that is bcrypt.hash this.password salt rounds, right? So we're going to need to use bcrypt in order to check and see if the passwords are equal to each other. And bcrypt gives us a really good method to be able to do that. So what I'll do is I am going to say um, that one, well, if we don't have a user, if we couldn't find a user, then we don't need to do anything. We'll just throw an error. Throw an error, user not found. I mean, email was invalid. And we know the email wasn't valid because that's what we used to find the user, and we couldn't find the user, so the email is invalid. Right? So that's one thing. Then after we do that, then we'll say, okay, boom, const match, right? And this is just, we're just going to be checking to see whether or not the password's match. And bcrypt has a method we could use for that called bcrypt.compare, right? And we'll say rec.body.password, right? And we'll say user.password. And we're going to check to see if those two are equivalent to each other. And this will work for us just fine as long as that we just use bcrypt's standard way of being able to deal with encrypting. Now, what some of you are going to probably know is maybe we don't want to use just the standard bcrypt method for encrypting the password. We want to add our own little extra steps to the encryption, which is very valid to do, right? Very, very valid. And the way that I would recommend that we do that is we could just use the crypto feature from the crypto feature that comes built in to Node.js. So if we wanted to do that, though, we need to make sure it happens the same way every single time. So we can. And so I'm going to go back to my models, and I'm going to say const crypto, right, is going to be equal to require crypto. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to first say const password is equal to this.password, right? And then I'm going to essentially say that I want to take the password and I want to encrypt it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say crypto, right, dot create HMAC, which is the functionality that we want to use, right? So we'll say crypto dot create HMAC, and essentially what I'll do is I'm going to say that I want to use the SHA-256, which is a very good hashing algorithm. We'll use SHA-256, and we'll use process.env.secret. So we'll do that, and then we'll go ahead and do dot update. and we will update it with the password, and then we will say this.password is equal to us then using bcrypt over that particular hash, right? And if you're not familiar with SHA-256, let me quickly show you what that does. And so if we go to let's say we go to a SHA-256, say SHA-256 online. Let's see, there we go. We got a little website that'll do the SHA-256 algorithm for us. And the thing that you got to know about SHA-256, the reason why it's so great is because it's a one-way algorithm, right? Meaning that I can go ahead and I can put hello here, but there's no way for you to know, except through a brute force attack, that hello changes into this. The other thing is, no matter how much text you have, right, the SHA-256 algorithm always always gives you back a value that's the same length, right? So you also can't tell how long the password is, even if it's only one letter, still going to be the same length, right? So that's one. Also, as you can see, if you change even one character, let's say I have H in lowercase, let's say I have H in 0, right? If I change it to H in 9, the algorithm is completely different. If I have H in O, right, uppercase O, it looks like that. But then if I go ahead and do H in lowercase o, it looks like that. It's not going to be the same, right, for different stuff. It's so completely different. Every single character basically is changing from input to input. So that is really cool here because this is our hashed version of this. The other piece is that when we add the secret, because unless even if the person trying to hack has brute forced and looked through and created a table of what every single English dictionary word is, right, in SHA-256. When we add the secret, they don't know what the other word is that our secret is. So they'd have to actually figure out 2 steps, and it's actually almost mathematically impossible to be able to figure that out. And then when we take the next step to actually take this value, and then after we do all that, then still do bcrypt over it. So we're not doing bcrypt over HO. We're doing bcrypt over this encrypted password, right? So if your password happens to be hello, right, we go ahead, we add the secret to it and create a hash. And then after we do all that, then we're still taking that particular hash and then you're going to bcrypt over the hash, right? So even if they crack through bcrypt, they'll just end up with this and then still not know what the heck to do. So it's a lot more secure. And I won't add any other steps. You can add more steps if you want. You can replace values. You can reverse values. You can do all type of stuff. And in order to deal with what you have. And as a matter of fact, I will do that. I'll just reverse it. So when I come back over to our code, we'll make it even more annoying for people that want to do something to our stuff. And we'll go ahead and split it. Right? And then we'll reverse it. And then we will join it back together. Right? And then voila. So now we split, reversed, and joined it. So whatever hash we got back, we also did all that revert. We also split it and reversed it and joined it back together. So we have even the opposite hash, right? Which all came from that same password. So even if they get to it, they won't know it's a reversed SHA-256 hash. They'll have no way to know that. And then we'll take that SHA-256 hash that we just made, right? And then we will run bcrypt's hashing algorithm over it and salt it with 6 rounds of salting. and then we will save that into the password. That's what we'll do every single time. So if that's the case, that means when we log in, we need to do the exact opposite. Which means in order for us to do it, we can't just compare rec.body.password. We need to say const password is equal to the same set of steps, right? Which is all that. Which we should save that into a function. We'll probably do that a little bit later inside of config. But we'll come back when we're actually optimizing. And I'll just do that. And it's not going to be this dot password. It's going to be rec.body.password. And the thing about SHA-56 is it's not random. It's going to do the exact same thing every single time. So if we run this exact same function, right, then we'll get the same exact result. And then we'll go ahead and run bcrypto, and then we'll do bcrypt.compare with our password and then the user's password. And bcrypt.compare will be able to take its the encrypted password that it made, right, and compare it against what it is that the user gave, right? And we're not going to use rec.by.password. We'll use the password that we just delivered. Since we're using process.env.secret, we're going to need to require dot env.config. So now that we added that .env config part at the top, we'll be able to use process.env within our application. Um, so I'm going to go ahead and also make sure that's inside the users as well. Let's go ahead and copy it from here. Let's make sure we got it here inside the user model. Right, and so now we'll be able to use it wherever we need to. So with that said, now that we have those pieces, um, continue with the login. We now can compare bcrypt, use bcrypt to compare the password to the user password. And remember, we didn't use bcrypt on the password until we had already hashed it, which is why we have to hash it again first the same way, and then use bcrypt dot compare on that result. So once we've completed that piece, then it's all for us to continue to log in the user, which at that point, if the passwords match, then we're good. If they don't match, then we'll throw an error. So if if when we go ahead and check that, if the match is not truthy, right? So if we don't get back a truthy value there, we'll just go ahead and we'll say throw new error. Throw a new error. And we'll say, let's say, let's say we don't want to say user found. It's not the email. Let's just say passwords didn't match. That's what we're gonna say. Passwords did not match. Right? And then if the passwords didn't match, we'll throw the brand new error. Right? If they didn't, we wouldn't have thrown the error, and so then we'll say res.locals .data .user is going to be equal to that user, right? Res.locals .data dot token is going to be equal to the token we need to make. So let's say we make create JWT, and we go ahead and drop the user in there, and then we'll call next. And then res.status 400.json, and we'll just say that the credentials were bad, right? So we'll say message. Actually, no, let's not just say that. Let's actually pass in the error message. Let's not be lazy. And we'll pass the error message in because we know that the only way we're going to get here is we have bad credentials, right? But let's actually use the error message that we actually threw, right? Because if we don't find a user, we'll say user not found, email was invalid, right? If the password didn't match, right, we'll throw a password didn't match. So we'll either end up saying user not found as our message, or password did not match is not a message, or if this literally just throws a whole error, which is why we don't want to be lazy and just hard code something in there, is because this function could actually just throw an error completely, and then we'll still see that error message down here. So that ends up working for us the best way, right? And then next thing that we have is we're going to go ahead and add the the getting the users getting the list of the users bookmarks. Which, in order for us to do that, we are going to need to make a function for that as well. So I'll make a function called const, let's say, get bookmarks by user. I'll say that's an asynchronous function. Req res next, right? And here we'll do a try catch. And what we're going to do is we're going to say const user is going to be equal to us awaiting, right, for the user dot find one, right? And we're going to find them by their email. And then what we're going to do is we're going to call dot populate, right? And we will call dot populate on our bookmarks, right? And then we'll call dot exec there, like so. So that's going to tell us to take all the bookmarks that the user has and actually populate them and turn them into an actual array. Then I'm going to say const bookmarks, right, are going to be equal to the user dot bookmarks, right? And what I'm going to want to do, right, is I'm going to want to um, actually actually sort those bookmarks. So since we're going to need to sort it, right? Because we're going to want the newest um, bookmarks to go to the front of the line. So what we're going to do is in this query that we have here, we're also going to sort them, and we'll go ahead and we'll use the let's say we'll populate the bookmarks, and we will also pass let's say let's let's say that we'll sort it by bookmark. Let's sort bookmarks, right? And we'll say we're going to sort bookmarks by bookmarks dot created at, right? And then we'll take those bookmarks and we'll save it here in line 38 by bookmarks user dot bookmarks there. And then once we have completed doing that, um, then what we're going to do is we're going to return. We're going to go ahead and take those bookmarks and we're going to put them inside of res dot locals dot data dot bookmarks, and we're going to say that is equal to bookmarks, right? And then we'll call next. And then if we get an error, we'll just say res.status 400 JSON message, and we'll say error dot message. Right? So we will do those three things, and then we'll go ahead and we'll say that we'll do a module.exports, and we'll say that's equal to, for right now, we'll have sign up, login, and get bookmarks by user. So sign up, log in, and get bookmarks by user. Right? This helper function is just a helper function. So we'll just put that down there. And now we're almost done. So now we have our bookmarks and our users, right? But one thing that some of you that might be a little bit more perceptive might notice is that we keep calling next, right? And we've got to call next here, right? So we keep calling next, and we're saving our data into res.locals, right? But we're not ever sending it back to the user because we need to have another step in our process. And so that other step in the process is to actually respond. And so what we're going to need is we're going to need controllers to do that. So inside of our users controller, right, what I'm going to do is I am going to make one that says, let's just call it, um, let's call it, let's just call it what it is, respond with token. And essentially all that is that's going to be us essentially just, let's just make a quick function. We'll throw recres in there, not recres next. and we'll say res dot we'll say res dot json, res dot locals dot data dot token. Right? Then we'll make another one. We'll say const respond with user, which is going to be res dot json, res dot locals dot data dot user, and then we'll say const respond with bookmarks, which is equal to res boom boom res dot json, and then res dot locals dot data dot bookmarks. Right? And we'll save that, and then we'll add those three functions here. Respond with token, respond with bookmarks, and respond with user. And we'll save that. And then we need essentially the same function for our bookmarks, except for it's going to be an individual bookmark. Remember, we only deal with individual bookmarks inside here, the way that we have it set up. And so it's respond with bookmark. And we'll say respond with bookmark. And then we'll save that. Right? So that's all done. And then we'll quickly go over to our router, which we haven't created yet. So we'll make a new file, a new folder first called API. And inside of API, we'll make two files. One for bookmarks, and then another one for users. Right? And each one of them is very simple. We'll go ahead and say const router is equal to require express. And then after we say that we're going to require express, we will use dot router. We'll also have to import the user router here, right? So user controller. So we'll just make a thing called user controller, right? And we'll require dot slash controllers slash users, and then essentially we'll have our functionality. So if we look back at what it is that we're building, you'll recall that we need to be able to destroy a bookmark, update a bookmark, and create a bookmark. I'm going to copy these three because that's what's going to go inside that router. And I'll actually just put that here, right? Like so. And for each one of them, Oh, that's odd. It's doing something odd here. Wait, what's going on? Yeah. I don't know why I typed it backwards for a second. Brain fart. Boom. Boom. Let's do that. Let's do that. And let's do that. And underneath this one, we'll go ahead and we'll say router dot delete. And we will go ahead and put a slash colon ID here. And we're going to say that we're going to call the user controller. Um, Actually, I just realized I put in the I did all that to put the wrong stuff in here. So let me just copy that, and I'll come back to this when I do the bookmarks. It's actually put the wrong set there. Rather than copy paste again, um, let me just delete this, and we'll just say boom, boom, and we'll say slash API slash users, right? And this is going to be for us to sign up, right? Then I'm going to say boom slash API slash users slash login, right? And this is going to be login, right? And then we'll say slash API slash users slash bookmarks. And we'll say that is to retrieve bookmarks by user. Get bookmarks by user. Right, so we'll have to do each one of those. And so that will be a way for us to do that. And if we take a look now, we have these three different ways that we can, three different ways that we're going to interact with the user model, with the user controller. And then at the bottom, will a module dot exports the router. And then we'll say here, what we're going to do for the sign up is we will call router, right? Dot post. And what we're going to do here is we are just going to call the user controller, right? And we call it dot sign up. And let's verify that we are getting over to our users correctly. And no, we're not because we forgot the API. There we go. That's what we should see. And so we'll get user controller dot sign up and then user controller dot let me see the sign up. So respond with token, right? And so we'll do that. And then we'll do a router dot post. And we'll do user controller dot dot login for logging in. And this will be slash login. and then we'll use user controller, and then we'll do respond with token here as well. And then finally we'll do router dot post. And this actually we could do it a couple different ways, right? So we come back over here, right? We're saying API slash user slash bookmarks, right? Now, and we're saying do that as a GET request, and we can't, right? We'd have to make a tweak in order to do that though. So it depends on how we want to handle it, and we'll make the decision right here on the fly because I actually haven't made a decision which way I want to do it yet. So the way we could do it is we can make a GET request, and instead of it being just API slash users slash bookmarks, right, for the URL, we'd have to also add in like the user ID as part of the URL, right? In order to do a traditional GET request, right? Because at the end of the day, um, that's just a simple way for us to do it. Now the other option is we could not do the ID, just like we already kind of have written in here that that's what we're going to do. And instead of us putting the ID there, instead what we could do is we could go ahead and we can use the token and extract the token from the headers that we're going to have to send, and use that token to get the email, and use the email in order to make the request. So that's another thing, we could use the token. And the other option is we could just make this a post all together, and we could just send the email inside the body. So those are the three options, right? Any one of those three is fine. If we do it with the GET request with using the ID directly in, we just change the URL. If we use the rec.body, we'll just have to change this to a post and we'll send the email. Or since the token has to be included in the response, we'll just make sure the token is there. And if the token is there, right, then we'll use the token to extract the email. And then once we extract the email, we'll use the email to figure out which user it is that we're dealing with, and then we'll use that to go ahead and get our list of bookmarks. So that is the route that we can go there, and that's the route we're going to choose, right? We're going to choose to go the way with the JSON Web Token. But hopefully you can see like all those different ways would potentially work, right? As long as we that's what we wanted to do. So I'm going to go ahead and now that we figured that out, let's go back over to our code, and let's make sure our code matches up with that, and expand our code to make it work with that efficiently. So before we finish writing this, let's go look at our user controller that we already have. And we get bookmarks by user, we go ahead and we get the email. Email's looking for it inside of rec.body, right? What we could do is instead of using rec.body, we'll use res.locals.email, res.locals.data.email, and we'll use that, right? And then what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to make it so that we can extract the token, and when we extract the token, right, that token that we extract, we're going to use it to deal with that. So that's going to cause us to have to go up to the config folder and make some stuff that works that way. So what I'm going to do, right, is I am going to, inside of the config folder, I'm going to make a new file. And I'm going to call it, let's just call it check token. Right? And I'm going to go ahead and call it check token.js. And I'm going to say essentially that what it does is it says const JWT is equal to require, say require JWT, JSON Web Token, whole package. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a module.exports. And I'll say rec, res, and next. And I'll say that I'll let the token equal to rec.get. And let's get the authorization header. Right? And so we'll do that. And then if we get a token, and then if we have a token, then we'll take the token and we'll go ahead and slightly maneuver it. And we'll say token.replace. And we'll replace bearer space with an empty string. And then we'll verify the token is valid. JWT dot verify, and we will verify that the token and let's say process dot env dot secret and we'll take that decoded token that we get back. And we're just going to make sure that that the decoded token exists and we didn't get an error. So we'll say that rec.user is going to be equal to, if we got an error, it'll be equal to null. And if we didn't get an error, it'll be equal to the decoded user. Right? And then we'll say that the expiration is, if it's an error, it'll be equal to null. Otherwise, it'll be equal to the decoded.expiration. So it'll be equal to the decoded.expiration, but because of how that gets stored, we'll go ahead and convert it into an actual date that we can actually do something with. So in order to do that, we need to take those milliseconds, go ahead and build a date object out of it. And then if that's good, then we'll return next. Right? And if it's not, then we'll say rec.user is equal to null, right? And then return next, same way, right? And then I'm also going to go ahead and say res.locals.data.email is going to be equal to decoded. Actually, let's do it here. So because we gotta make sure we're in the right scope. So we say res.locals. Boom, and then decoded, right? And then we'll say decoded.user.email. So basically what we're doing is we're going to take that decoded user, stored in rec.user, right? And then store the expiration on rec.expiration. And then in res.locals.data.email, we're going to store the decoded user's email. So then if we come over here to our user controller, res.locals.data.email will already be set as long as we were able to get a token. So what I'll do now is inside of the users.js, we'll go ahead and we'll say const, let's say check token is equal to require, and we'll go ahead and we'll get to our config and our check token, and let's verify that we exported it. Yep, we did right here. And then we come back over here. We'll do this. We'll do router dot get. That's going to be slash bookmarks. We'll use the user controller, right? And we'll say user controller dot get bookmarks by user, and then user controller dot respond with bookmarks. But before we do those two things, we're also going to run check token. And check token will verify that the user has a token, and then set the email so that we can use the email to look up the bookmarks by the user, right? So only a logged in user is going to be able to get their bookmarks, which is what we want. And also, beyond just that, we will also set the email so we can actually look up that user and get that user's bookmarks. But we're only going to be able to get to this function, right? If we can pass this function, and we can only pass this function if we have a valid token, right? If we don't have a valid token, then we cannot do it, which is going to work out really, 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 really well for us. Right? So that is going to be our setup here. So with that said, let's now go ahead and do the bookmarks controller. Bookmarks router. So we're going to need to import the bookmark model. So let's do that. And let's say const bookmark is equal to require. And let's require slash slash, and let's go ahead and get the controllers slash API, and let's get bookmarks, right? And let's actually call this bookmark controller. Bookmark controller, like so. And then now that we have the bookmark controller, let's also go ahead and create the router. So we'll say const router is equal to require, and we'll go ahead and require that router. So that router that we're gonna that router that we're gonna create, we're gonna have to get that from express.router. And now we have a router that we can now use to route things. The first thing we're going to route is this destroy, which we have router. We're going to use router.delete. We're going to use the bookmark controller that we just imported. So we're going to say bookmark.controller, right? Destroy bookmark. and then we're going to use bookmark controller, right? Dot respond with bookmark, and the other ones are going to be very similar as well. So I'll go ahead and copy this one. I'll drop that here, and I'll drop that here. Now for the update, that's going to be a put. So let's go ahead and do that. And we'll say router dot put. And instead of that one being destroy bookmarks, that'll be update bookmark. And still respond with bookmark. This one will be a post request instead. Right? No ID on that one. And instead of destroying a bookmark, we will create a bookmark. Right? And voila, now we have that functionality. So now we can destroy a bookmark, update a bookmark, create a bookmark, right? And then the read part is going to be that we can actually see all the bookmarks by user, but only if a user is logged in, right? We probably also don't want to destroy bookmarks, update a bookmark, or create a bookmark, right? Unless, and this is a big unless we have a logged in user. So I'm going to go ahead and add check token to each one of these, so that we can't even get to the next step unless we have a token. Right? And now we go ahead and we save it. So and then of course we need to import check token, so that that's going to work, and we'll import check token, which is equal to require // config check token, and voila. So now we have that done. Config check token, boom boom, check token here, check token here, check token here. So now we actually are able to check the token before we actually are able to destroy a bookmark, update a bookmark, create a bookmark. Remember, check token is going to verify that that token is valid. If the token is valid, then we'll be able to we'll be able to do the next thing, right? There's still one more step we want to take care of though, because if you look at this, let's say if we have a token, we're going to go ahead and extract the token, right? But then the next thing is, if we don't have a token, right? Let me spell authorization, got a typo there. Fix that. Right? But once we actually check to see if the token is actually there, the next thing we do is, if we don't, we just go ahead and we just say, the user's null, and just move on. Right? So we need to have something in the middle, also, that verifies that if there's a user or not. And that's going to be as simple as, we're just going to go ahead and make one more file, and we'll call it ensure logged in. And all ensure.logged in is going to do, and we'll just module.export it. It's just going to be a simple, quick function, right? One of the shortest functions you're going to see, but a very, very helpful function to us. And all we're going to do is we're going to say that if not rec.user, which is why we're setting up rec.user to begin with, then we're going to return, right, res.status 401 and do a and send back a message that says you shall not pass, right? Or whatever we want to put. We can just say unauthorized, right? But essentially what we're saying is that if there's no rec.user, you have to stop here, right? You can't go any further with your request, right? And the way that we'll end up using that is we'll import it here, and we'll say const ensure logged in is equal to require dot slash config slash ensure logged in. And the only one we care about if you're logged in on the user controller is this one. Ensure logged in. So we're gonna check the token, set the user if there's a user, also set the email so we can use it here. And then if you're logged in, we'll let you get your bookmarks, right? And then we'll do the same thing in the other router. So we'll go over to our bookmarks router, and we don't want to be able to do any of this stuff. We definitely don't want to be able to delete bookmarks if you're not logged in. That's a big definite. We don't want to be able to update bookmarks if you're not logged in. And we don't want to be able to create bookmarks unless you're logged in. So we don't want to do any of those things. Right? And so those things are now done. Now, here is the next piece. When we create when we actually create a bookmark, right? What we're doing right now, and this is the last piece to us being able to build a server now, is if we look at it, when we create a bookmark, we just go ahead and make the rec.body. We say res.locals.data.bookmark, create bookmarks, and then we're done. Right? But there is a problem with that. And the problem actually with that is that if that is the case, if that's what we're going to do, right? We're going to need to also, and how could I say this? We are going to also need to have some way to put the bookmark onto the user, right? Like the user is going to need the bookmark. So if the user is going to also need the bookmark, we're going to need to extract the user, right? And actually take that bookmark that we made and put it into that user's bookmarks array, right? Because if you look at the user also has an array of bookmarks, and like I said, we need to take the bookmark and add it to the user's bookmark array, right? So in order for us to do that, we're going to have to use a method called add to set, and we're going to have to take for granted the fact that when we try to create a bookmark, right, that in order for us to create the bookmark, we already need to have a user email handy for us. And we know that that's the case. So first, I'm going to need to get the user model. So that way I'm going to be able to interact with the user. So I'm going to say const user is equal to require // models and then user. Then after I do that, I'm going to come down here and I'm going to say const user is equal to await user dot find one. Let's say email is going to be res dot locals dot data dot email. So to find that user, right? And then we're going to say user dot bookmarks dot add to set and we're going to add that created bookmark. And then we're going to say user dot save. And we're going to await it. So essentially what we're doing, right, is we're going to call this add to set function to go ahead and take this created bookmark that we make sure it says created bookmark and add it right to our bookmarks, and then by adding it to our bookmarks, then finally saving it, and then say res.locals.data.bookmark is equal to the created bookmark, but that bookmark should have been added to the user, right? And voila, then we should be good. And then I'm going to go ahead and save that. And now we should have everything functioning the way we need to function. Might have a typo here or there, and then that's the reason why we're going to test. And so you always want to test before you go ahead and take the next step. And so in order for us to test it, we're going to end up using Postman, right? So we have all of our functionality. We have our configs, we have our controllers, we have our models, we have our routes. The only pieces we need to add in order to start our testing and eventually actually use this in our application is we're going to need to update our .env and we're going to need to update our server.js. Our server.js is empty. Our .envs are empty as well. Now .env, obviously I can't do that on camera. I'm gonna go ahead and add in my secret keys and stuff like that into my .env. But the way it's essentially going to look is I'm going to have a Mongo URI. That's why I have the example file here. So I have a Mongo URI, and here's going to be my Mongo URL. You can use Atlas or you can use a local server. Either one's fine. Whatever you have set up. And then I'm also going to create a secret, and that secret's going to be some key that I'm going to make that's unique for me to do my encryptions. So that's what I'll do for those two, right? And then my server.js, we're going to go ahead and build out our entire server. And it's not much for us to put inside of our server, right? We just need to go ahead and connect our database, etc. So the first thing I'm going to do, right, is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to require .env .config, and then here I'm going to require my database require, and we'll say ./config /database. That file doesn't exist yet, so we'll go ahead and add it as we're going right now. So we'll go over to config, right? We're going to add in a database file. And that's just going to be some default boilerplate syntax, nothing monumental here. We're just going to go ahead and say const mongoose is equal to require, and we're going to require mongoose, and then we're going to say mongoose dot connect, and we're going to use process dot env, right, dot mongo underscore URI, and then we're going to say const db is equal to mongoose dot connection, and we'll say db dot on, that when it gets connected, we'll say db dot on when it gets connected, that we're going to essentially just do a little callback function. Our little callback function is just going to console.log. And we'll console.log that we're connected to db.name. And we'll say at. We'll say db.host. And say that I am a MERN master in training. Right. So that will take care of that part. And so we'll go back over to server.js and continue with it. And so we just brought in that here into the file. And then we'll just continue to build it. So we only have a couple things to add. So we have to go ahead and we're going to need to make our app. So we'll say const express is equal to require. And we'll require express. We'll say const path is equal to require. We'll require path. We'll go ahead and let's add our favicon. So we'll say npm I, and let's say serve favicon. So we'll add serve favicon, and we'll say const favicon is equal to require serve favicon. I'll say const Morgan, or actually let's say const logger is equal to require Morgan. And this is the same way I do it every single time. Really no deviations. We'll say const port. We'll see it's equal to process.env.port, or it'll be 3001 when we're in development mode. We'll say that the app is equal to express, right? We will say that the app that we have made, that it will use express.json so that it can handle JSON JSON data when the front end sends it to us. And then we'll also do a quick little thing here, a little middleware, rec res next. And essentially what we're going to do here, and we're just going to say that res.locals.data is equal to an empty object, and then call next. This way that we're able to use res.locals.data to always exist for us, right? And then we'll say app.use. We'll tell the logger. Says set itself off in dev mode. We will set up our static paths. So we'll say app.use favicon, and we will say the path is going to be path.join, like we've done many times before. And remember the reason why we're doing that, so it normalizes the path. Because if we don't do that, this should be 2 underscores, just so you know. But the reason why we're going to do that is because we don't know what type of computer the person is going to be using. And so no matter which way the slashes go, things like that, it'll just normalize the path. And also when we deploy this onto, in production, for example, dir name, right, is going to represent whatever directory that we happen to be in. So it's going to help us in the sense that if we it's going to help us because when we are in production, the application is going to be stored in some folder on that machine that we deployed to, and we don't know where that's going to be. So if we were to actually write, the name of this folder, bookmarks, YouTube example, etc., we have no guarantee that when we send it to Heroku or something like that, that's going to be the name of the folder, and it probably won't be, right? We don't know where it's going to be on the machine. So if we just use dir name, that's like a holding place until until it figures out where it's going to be. And so we'll say dir name, we'll say build, and then we will also say favicon.ico, right? And so it'll look in the build folder for favicon.ico. And it'll look and see where server.js is located, and then it'll go from there over to the build folder, which we haven't created yet. But there's a special way we have to do that. But at the end of the day, it'll look inside that build folder for the favicon. The favicon will be in there, right? And then we'll also use app.use, and then we'll do express.static, and we're going to static that good old build folder. So we'll say path.join, right? 2 underscores, dir name, and then build. And anything inside the build folder, we will serve statically, which means anything in the build folder will actually display it, show it, but that's the only thing that we're going to do that with. And then after we do that, we'll go ahead and we'll say app.use, and we'll say for /API/users, we're going to use we're gonna use the router that we created for it. So let's say require /routers/API/users, and then we'll say app.use for /API/users. For bookmarks, we'll have require dot slash routes /API/bookmarks, right? And then we will also say app.get, right? And we will say we'll do a rec res, and this is our catch oil, and this is for our React application. So no matter, so if you try to get something on the website and it wasn't a static file or it wasn't one of the API routes, we'll just automatically just send you the index.html, because remember, the index.html is where the React application is going to be at. So we just want to automatically send that to you if you ask for something that we don't have a static file for, because that must be something that React can handle. And if it's not, then we'll give you a 404 error. And then we'll tell it to listen on the port. And our callback will just say console.log. And we'll say, I am listening to let's put a space. Listening on port 3000. Right? And so now we have our application set up. So now we could go ahead and start testing. We're going to use Postman in order to do that. So let's go ahead and get Postman set up. Don't forget to set up your .env, and then then you can go ahead and open up your Postman and we can start testing together. So remember last time we were in Postman, we were updating the to-dos, making sure that all that functionality was working. So we're going to do the same thing here in this application. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up a new tab in Postman. We also need to start our server, so we need to start our server to make sure that it works correctly. Right, and for right now, I'll just say node server.js. Right, and let's see. Yep, because we didn't go ahead and make the build folder yet, so I'm going to go ahead and run that, npm run build to make the build folder. And then we'll do node server.js to make sure our server works. Right, and we have a module not found, and it can't find model/user in API and controls API users. So let's go to controls API users. We need to make that lowercase. There we go, right here. Right. Let's try again. And let's see, router.use requires a function but got an object. Let's see, that is going to be in server.js, line 24. So you go to server.js, line 24, routes API bookmarks. If whenever you see this error, requires a middleware function but got an object, that normally means you forgot to export it. So I'm gonna bet money that's what we didn't do. So if we go over to the routes, we go to and then we go and take a look at bookmarks.js. Look at the bottom. You see we did not export it. And then we'll say module.exports is equal to the router. Now let's look again. And it looks like it is running. I'm listening on port 3001, and I'm connected to bookmarks at cluster blah 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 blah. I'm a MERN master in training. So now with those changes, we are good, right? So what changes did we make? We noticed that this was throwing us an error, right? So we went over to where we were actually importing this at, because the problem was that it couldn't import this. That's what it said here. It said that we tried to import this router.use requires a middleware function but got a you know, got an object, right? And it tells us right here that it's in that the problem was on line 24, position 5, right? So with that being the case, understanding that, that's why we went to go to the bookmarks, and we saw, lo and behold, that we didn't export it, right? So then we solved that problem. The one above it essentially said that we cannot find model slash user. In code, uppercase and lowercase are not the same thing. So we look at the stack trace, it says that, okay, we're trying to import it here, 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 but controllers API users is where the problem is coming from, right? And we can see here it says that it's on line 3, position 14. So we went over to the controller for users, and we went to line 3, position 14, and we had a capital U here for models. So since that was the problem, we just changed it to a lowercase u like it should be, and then boom, that problem was solved. And now the application is started up, right? So we verified that works. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to package.json. And if you remember me telling you this in the last video series, is that when we deploy this, the start script is what it's going to try to always start in production. And we don't want it to go ahead and try to start the React dev server in production, so we're actually going to make a change. This is right if we're doing a React project by itself, but because we're doing a MERN stack project is why we need to change it. So we're going to go ahead and change the name of the start script to client, right? And then we're going to make a script for the server called server, which is going to call nodemon, assuming you have it installed already. If not, npm i-g nodemon, right? And we're going to go ahead and say nodemon server.js. And then when we're in production, right, when we want to call start, then we're going to say node server.js to start the server. Right? So start, server, client, build, test. And then we also need to set up a proxy for when we are in development mode, because since we're going to run two different servers, we need the React application to know treat all requests on http://localhost:3001 as they are you. Don't treat it like it's something foreign. So we're telling our React application that, hey, if you get a request that comes in from here, treat it like it's you making like you're making the request to yourself, because that's what will happen in production. We're gonna all be using the same server, but in development mode, we run our back end and our front end separately. So they're two separate servers. So React needs to know this other server running on 3001 is part of your application. Don't treat it like it's something else, right? So that's why we go ahead and set that proxy up, and then we'll go ahead and we'll save. So then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to run npm run server to run our backend development server, and then I'm going to go to Postman, and I'm going to make our first request. And our requests are just going to be based on the things that we need to see. Right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep my keep this open right here so that you can actually see the things that we're testing. We're going to test our ability to be able to do these 6 tasks. So to get started, the first thing I need to do is I'm going to need to create a user, because without a user, I can't do anything, right? So I'm going to come here, and I'm going to change it to a post request, and I'm going to try to make a request to localhost colon 3001 slash API slash users. I'm going to open up the body of my request. I'm going to make it a raw JSON request. And essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to create a account with my name, and I'm say my name is Arthur. I'm going to then go ahead and add an email, and I'm going to say a@cool.com, just a random email. And then I'm going to add a password, and I'll just say 12345, right, for the password. And so we're going to try to create a user for us here, and I'm going to send it. And you see it says message create crypto.create hmac.update.split is not a function. No big deal. Really, really simple. Essentially, what that's saying is that when it tried to run this function, it couldn't find, right, that function, right? So if that's the case, then that would mean, let's go ahead here, and let's go back to our code, and let's go to our create our user model, because that's where that would have been throwing that error, right? And essentially, like I said, what it's saying is that that's not a actual that's not a method that it can do. So if that's not a method that it can do, that must mean that if it can't do split, that must mean what's here is not a string, right? And that is really simple for us to solve, because essentially what it's saying is that since this is not a string, you can't split it, which is fine, because that means what we forgot to do is I forgot to digest it, which is actually what's going to turn it into a string, right? And you can see digest calculates a HMAC digest of all data passed through HMAC update. If encoding, blah blah blah, the HMAC object, blah 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 blah, and it's gonna return a string for us. If we go ahead and read through the whole entire thing, and it says right here, digest returns a string. So since we never did that part, right? We never had a string, and then we're going to change that into a hexadecimal, to be hexadecimal. So we get the SHA-256 in the way that we want it, which is a hexadecimal. So because we forgot that, that's why we threw that error. That's why we have good error messages, so we can quickly debug our code. And remember, if we did that here, we need to do the same thing in our login. Let's go to our routes. I mean, not our routes, our controllers. Let's go to users. Let's find login. And let's make sure that we do that here as well. We do a .digest, right? And we go ahead and tell it to make a hexadecimal string and save it, right? So that was very helpful to us to make sure that we have our error messages here correctly, because if we make an error, we want to be able to fix it. And I hope you appreciate that I'm not like pre-doing all the like have the code all pre-written or whatever. I'm doing all the code from the top of my mind and writing it down as I'm thinking about it as we're doing it. And so this way you see me actually thinking through the process and solving the problem, rather than you see a super polished, scripted video, which might be helpful to some people, but I think it's better to see like, okay, what do I actually do as I'm doing it, right? So now that we've done all that, and I got this whole process basically down and done, let's try it again, right? And then we get back a token, right? So boom, we get back a token. There goes our token. We've successfully signed in. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna copy that token, because I'm gonna need that to make to make other requests. So sign up works. I'm gonna copy that token, And I'm going to use that token to make my next request. And the next request I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to create a bookmark. So I'm going to make a new tab. And this tab, I'm going to be making a post request also. And I'm going to go to localhost 3001 slash API slash bookmarks. Right? I'm going to go to authorization, and I'm going to choose bearer token. Right? And I'm going to add the bearer token there. Boom, and then done. Right? So now that we have, now that we've added the bearer token, I'm gonna come over here to my, let's go to my body. I'm gonna do raw. I'm gonna do JSON. And essentially, what I'm gonna say here is I'm gonna make a bookmark, and I'm gonna say that I have a title of Google, and I'm gonna have a URL. I'm gonna say https://google.com. And so we're going to try to create that bookmark, and we should be sending that authorization token with it. So we send it, right? It's spinning a little bit, so you might have a little bug there. Let's check. When we go to, looks like that, it looks like it is fine. Let's see, the request is hanging. Let's see why. So let's go to bookmarks. Let's go to create bookmark. Are we calling next? Yes, we are. So that part is good. Let's go to the routes. Let's go to bookmarks. Let's see. Let's check on respond with bookmark in the controllers. res.json, res.locals.data.bookmark. And let's see. Create bookmark, respond with bookmark, ensure logged in. Ensure logged in. Oh, I see our issue here. Here on ensure logged in. All right. If we don't have one, we go ahead and send that, but we aren't calling next, which is going to be a problem, as that's why we're getting hemmed up. So let's do it again. And that's why I could not get response, because we never were calling next, so it couldn't call next function. So we update that in ensure logged in. We send, and now it works perfectly. Right? We go ahead and we create a brand new bookmark every single time. You see it has created at, updated at, and title. So now that is working. All right, so now we have 2 down, 4 to go. Now the next thing that we want to check to see is, well, okay, cool. Can you get the bookmarks for an individual user? So I'm going to go ahead and change this to API/users/bookmarks and make sure that one's working, right? And so now, there's not going to be any body here. So we're going to go to API/user/bookmarks, again reminding you of what we're doing here. So we've already verified the fact that we can sign up a user. So we did API users first, that worked, and we're able to create a bookmark. And now I want to make sure that I can see the bookmark, and when I go to this route inside that user's bookmark specifically. And if I send it, I have an array and I have bookmarks in there. Now, what I'm gonna do now is I want to see if I can add a second bookmark, right? Instead of Google, I'll make this one Microsoft. and I'll say Microsoft. I'll go ahead and send this, right? Oh, I did a get, sorry. Post, send, and voila, I went ahead and made a new one. And so now that I've made that one, I want to verify also that if I go to API slash user slash bookmarks, I'll see both of them on the user. So if I go make a get request, nobody, and then send, there I go, I see two bookmarks. Right? Great, great, great. That's what I want to see. Got slightly distracted by a parental text, but it's all good. I just had to respond real quick. So now that that is the case, now we can go ahead and try these other ones. So we have now verified that hey, API user slash bookmarks works. Um, API bookmarks works. We're able to create a new bookmark, right? So and also we're able to sign up a user. So half down, we need to make sure login works, and then we can also delete and update a bookmark. So for example, first one that we'll mess with is deleting a bookmark. So I'm gonna see if I can delete this Google bookmark. So I'm gonna copy its ID because we need that in order to delete it. And we should be able to go to API slash bookmarks and then slash and then boom, throw the ID in there. Make this a delete request. We should be able to get rid of that bookmark, right? And looks like that bookmark was deleted. Let's verify that the bookmark was deleted. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to make a get request. Again, and we should see that bookmark is gone. Yep, see that bookmark is gone from the book from the list. So delete works. Now we're going to try to update this one, and we're going to change it from Microsoft to to Visual Studio Code. So we'll go to it. We'll change this from API slash user slash bookmarks to API slash bookmarks slash ID. We will make this a put request. We'll add some stuff here. We'll say Visual Studio Code, right? And then we'll try to update that. And then we'll test it by making a get request again to API slash users slash bookmarks. And we'll go ahead and send that request. Make sure that's on none. And we only see Visual Studio Code here now, right? So that's perfect. So delete, put are working as well. So now we just need to make sure we can log in. And so all I'm going to do here is in order to see if I can log in, I'm going to change this from API slash users to API slash users slash login. When I log in, I'm not going to need to give my name, so I'll just delete the name. And the question is, do I get a token when I log in? Do I? It says crypto is not defined. So that means that in where we actually were calling that login function, we didn't define crypto. Quick fix. Let's go ahead and make it happen. So let's go to our controller. Let's go to users, right? We never put crypto here at the top. So when we call it here, it's like, what the heck is that? No big deal. Const crypto is equal to require crypto. Save. Back to Postman. Send it. Voila. All routes work. So now we're all done. And now we have the functionality on the back end is fully working, right? So that means that now we can move our attention to the front end. So if we go back over to our code, or actually let's go to the browser and let's look at what we have. So we've already got all that backend functionality. We have the users, we have the bookmarks, we got the steps, right? And then what we're going to need to do, we tested login, sign up, create bookmark, list bookmarks by user, delete bookmark, update bookmark. All has been tested. So we finished everything we need to do within part one. And in part two, we're actually going to add that login, sign up, create bookmark, list bookmarks by user, delete bookmark, update bookmark functionality. We're going to do all that on the front end. But what I'm going to do here before we end this video is let's also test it on, test our front end back end connection. And that's where we're going to end things. So what I'm going to do in order to make that happen is I'm going to split my terminal so I can have two separate terminals. And I'm going to go into my SRC folder. My SRC folder has a bunch of junk I don't need, so I'm going to delete it all. Right? We're just going to delete it. Well, I won't delete everything. I'll keep the index.js. Right? So we'll go ahead. We will delete. No, actually, I'm going to delete it all. Even though we're just going to write the same exact index.js, basically, let's just delete it all because it's a bunch of junk and it'll stop us from potentially making, simple mistakes. And what we'll do is we'll make a new file called index.js in here, right? We'll make another file called app.js. Then we'll make another file real quick, and this file is going to be called styles.css. And we'll go to index.js. That's where we'll do our basic application setup in here. And nothing special is going to be inside this file. We're just going to quickly go ahead and we're going to say at the top, we're going to import styles.css, right? And then we're going to import, let's import strict mode. From React. And then we can import create root. And we'll get that from React DOM /client. And then we'll import app from ./app. And then we'll say const root is equal to create root. And we'll get document.getElementById by ID root. And then we'll do root.render. And we will render the strict mode together with the app. And voila, that is done. And then we'll go over to app.js. And app.js, we're not going to do anything particularly fancy in there either. All we're going to do inside the app.js is we're going to do export default app. And then inside of here, we're going to return all the JSX that we want to return. And then we'll have our application inside of here. I'm going to start off with, I'm just going to write h1 and then hello world to start off with. And then up here at the top, we'll go ahead and we'll say import use state from React. We're also going to need use effect in here as well. And so we'll do that. And so now we have our basics. And then we want to do our and then there's a couple pieces of functionality that we said that we want to add. And let's take a look at that. And those pieces of functionality are we want the login, sign up, create bookmark, delete bookmark, update bookmark, right? So we need to create that the ability to be able to do those things in the front end. So in order for that to exist, we need to have functions in order to handle that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop these in here, and we'll get started with each one. So we'll say if I want to log in, what I need to do is I need to call an asynchronous function, right? Called login. It's going to have a try catch. So we'll go ahead and we will do a little try catch here. And when we're doing the try catch, all we want to do essentially is we want to use the fetch API to go ahead and try to make that request. So we'll say that the const response is equal to, right? And it's going to be equal to us awaiting, right, for us to fetch slash API slash users slash login. That's going to actually be a post request. And also, on top of that being a post request, it's going to need to send data back. So we're going to need headers. So the headers that we need to send are going to be to tell it that the content type we're sending is going to be application JSON. And then we also need to tell it the body of the request. And right now we don't have any body that we can send back. But so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a state variable and I'm going to call it credentials, and I'm going to call set credentials, and I'm going to say that's equal to use state, and I'm going to start my data, and I'm going to say that that's going to be email, which will be empty, password, that will be empty, and name, that will also be empty. And you know what? Technically, I don't need to put those quotes, so I won't do it. And we'll save it. Right? And then what we'll do is we will JSON dot stringify to turn that object into that data, and we'll say that the email that we're going to send is going to be credentials.email, and the password that we send is going to be credentials.password. That's what we'll use to log the user in. Right? And then we'll await for that. And we'll say the token is equal to await response.json. And then once we have the token, we'll go ahead and we will take the token stored in the local storage. So we'll say local storage dot set item token, and we'll say JSON dot stringify the token. Right? And if we get an error, we will console.error the error. Right? So that's essentially what we're trying to do. We're trying to log it. We're trying to log the user in. If it's successful and we get back a token, we'll store the token. Right? We should also go ahead and say um, const token is equal to, actually let's do a state variable, token, and set token, and we'll go ahead and we'll say use state, and we'll start it off with being an empty string. Instead of calling that token, we'll call it token response. We'll call that token response. Right? And then we'll go ahead and we'll take set token is equal to token response. Right? So now we have that login feature, and we're going to go ahead and save it. Right? And then we're going to try to do the same thing with sign up. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to copy it. What the? And we'll call this one sign up. Instead of only sending the email and password, we're actually going to send all the credentials because remember, when we sign up, we need the name too. So we'll do name, email, and password. So we'll just copy all of them in there. And then we'll say token response is await response.json, set token, token response, local storage.set item, and everything else is exactly the same, except for we're going to API/users. So we'll try that out. And then also, once we've added login and sign up, then we need to just add our um, quick CRUD functionality, right? So let's go ahead and let's try that out. So we need to do our deleting the bookmarks, creating the bookmarks, all that good stuff. So let's make that happen. So the first one we'll start off with is the creating of a bookmark, right? So we'll do creating bookmark first. And so all we have to do here when it comes to creating a bookmark is we'll go ahead and create a state variable for that too. So the create bookmark will need a bookmark and set bookmark. Use state. And we'll start the title as an empty string. And we'll do the URL as an empty string. Right? So we'll do that. And then what we'll do from here is we'll go ahead and create that functionality. So I'm going to collapse the login and the sign up for right now. And then right below the sign up, which that should be indented actually. There we go. Then we'll go ahead and we'll make a const. Why is that doing that? There we go. Const. And we'll go ahead and we'll say create bookmark is equal to async. And we're going to do a try catch. A lot of stuff is going to be similar here. And in here, what we're going to do is we're going to say const response is going to be equal to await. And we're just going to wait for ourselves to fetch. Boom. /API/bookmarks. Make sure we spell that right. And boom, have a little object here. And then our object is going to have a method property, right? And a header property and a body property. So we'll start with the method, right? And whoops. And our method should be a string, and that's going to be a post request. Then we're going to have headers. And we're going to say content type. And we're going to say that we're sending application JSON. And then we're also going to need to go ahead and just like we have content type application JSON, we're also going to need to send an authorization header. And that's going to be bearer for our bearer token, space, and then our token. And our token should be inside of our state. Like so. Right? And voila, there we go. And then we're going to send a body, which is just going to be json.stringify. And we are going to stringify the object, and the object that we're using is the bookmark object. And then we'll say const data is equal to await response.json. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I'm going to make another one, which is bookmarks, right? And set bookmarks plural. So we're going to have to be careful with that because one is bookmark and one is bookmarks. And then we're going to go ahead and use state. And we're just going to start it off as an empty array. Right? And let's normalize that. So we got spaces up there and no spaces down there. So that keep it clean. Keep everything looking the same. Right? So now we have that. And so what we're going to do is we're going to say actually we'll just say set bookmarks plural is going to be let's say an array of the current bookmarks, and the bookmark we just added. We'll say bookmark right here. I want that bookmark to be first. And there we go. We have set bookmarks. Now that we have set bookmarks, now what we could do is we can also take the actually I put bookmark there. I actually want to put data there. Data. And then I'm going to set bookmark back to an object with title equal to nothing, and then URL equal to nothing. So that's what we're doing there. We're going to go ahead and try to create the bookmark. That's why we're going to make the API request to bookmarks. It's post request. We send the token and we send the bookmark itself. After we do that, we're going to wait for us to get the created bookmark back. We're going to place that created bookmark at the front of our bookmarks array. We're going to call set bookmarks and set bookmark. Right, we're doing this to we'll end up clearing out, clearing out the state, and then after we do that, then we will be done with that piece, and then we could say console dot error if we get an error. Right, so that should all be clean. And so now we have create bookmark, and we're going to test that in a second. And then we have list bookmarks by user, delete and update bookmarks, right? So we'll say list bookmark by user, list bookmarks by user. That's going to be an asynchronous function. Right? Try catch. That's just going to be a plain get request. So it's actually easier. We'll just say const response is equal to await fetch. We'll say slash API slash users slash bookmarks const data is equal to response dot JSON, and then we'll go ahead and say set bookmarks, and we're going to set bookmarks to the data that gets returned, and then we're going to say console. Almost forgot to await this, and then we'll say console.error, the error. Right? So now we got list bookmarks by user, and then we got const delete bookmarks. So we'll delete bookmark. That'll be an asynchronous function. We're going to need the ID, right, of that bookmark to be able to delete it. So that's one main difference. It's going to be almost exactly like this one, so I'm going to copy it. Whoops. Man, my mouse is acting up. First the keyboard, now the mouse. Okay. Come on, mouse. There we go. Right? And it'll be API slash bookmarks slash colon ID. Right? In this case, it's going to be backticks. $ curly brace ID. And we'll say const bookmarks copy. Right here, and remember, it's because we talked about this with the state before. We need to make a copy of it before we can actually manipulate the array. We'll take in bookmarks. Don't want that M capital. We'll say bookmarks copy. And then what we're going to do is we need to identify which one of what the ID is, what the index is. So we'll say const index is going to be, and that's going to be the index of the one that we want to remove. And so what we're going to do is we're going to use bookmarks copy dot find index, and we're going to find the bookmark, right, whose ID is equal to the ID that we're bringing in. So we'll look at bookmark.id because we're looking for the bookmark in the array that has the same ID as the ID that we're trying to delete, right? And once we find that index, then we'll be able to actually remove it from the list, right? So it ends up working out pretty smooth because then we just go ahead and we just delete that one where that index coincides. So we'll just say bookmarks, bookmarks copy, right? And then we'll splice that one out. So we'll say dot splice, and we'll start the index. We'll take one out, so we'll remove it, and then we'll call set bookmarks to bookmarks copy, right? So we just splice that one out. Boom, done. right? So then that ends up working out well for us. Now that we've done that, now what we can do is we can do the same thing for update. So update's going to be same general thing. We come down here, we do a const update bookmark. We need async. We're going to need the ID. Boom. We're going to need try. We're going to need catch. As a matter of fact, I already copied it, right? So let me just paste it in. Right? This is going to be the same. We're still going to need to do that. But the difference is we're actually going to send something. So we're going to change that to now be a method. And we're going to do method put. We're going to say headers. And we're going to send 2 headers. On the delete, we're only going to need to send 1 header. We're going to need to send 2 here. We're going to need to send 2 on there as well. We just don't need to send a body on the delete. So we'll say content type. We'll say application JSON. Right? And then on this one, we're also going to need the authorization. And the authorization is going to be the bearer token. So bearer space $ curly brace token, right? And then on this one, we're going to send a body. And on this one, the body is going to be JSON dot stringify. And we're just going to write here updated data. And that's also going to be one of the things here. And you'll see that's going to be different from what we do in a delete, because in delete, when we make that object, we're going to still set the method, right, to be delete. And we're still going to set the headers, right, to be content type. Content type. Application. JSON. And authorization is going to be bearer space and then $ curly brace token, right? And no body. But this, you see, we have a body of updated data because we have to send that updated data to tell it what to update. So that's the difference between the two there. And also on the updated, you see we're doing this stuff with the bookmarks copy, right? And this is going to change because all we're going to do, right, is we need to take the current bookmark, right? So the bookmark that we found. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say bookmarks bracket 0. Bracket index, right? What we're going to do is that updated data that we have, right? And we're going to need to do bookmarks copy. Almost did the wrong one there. And we're going to set that equal to the updated data, right? And to be safe, we'll go ahead and we'll say that we'll do it this way. Remember what we learned at the beginning with how objects work and how we're able to spread those values? We'll actually spread the updated data, but we'll spread the other data first. So we'll spread the data from the actual bookmarks copy bracket index. We know that's going to be an object, and the reason why we know that is because our bookmarks are objects. And so we'll say bookmarks copy bracket index updated data, right? And we don't need to splice anything out. We're not removing anything. So we'll just get rid of that. And so that'll be the difference there. So we're gonna find the index, right, of where the IDs match. So we know we found the correct bookmark. We take its index, we use it to grab the item in the index, and then we update the object with its new updated data that we just had, and then we set the bookmarks list to that. And then what we're also going to do finally is in our use effect, we'll go ahead and we'll say that we need to, when we first load up the page, we're going to need to get all of the bookmarks for the individual user. So we're going to call list bookmarks by user. And so we're going to call that when the page first loads. Remember, that's what use effect is going to do for us if this array is here is empty. Remember, this array, that will be where we put in all of the data points where we want that we want to listen for this use effect function to run over and over and over again. So if we put, for example, token in here, anytime the token change, we would call this function again, right? And so we get a brand new list of bookmarks every single time we do that. We don't need to do that. We only need to have it run when the page first loads. So we're only going to have it run then. After that, we're just going to do everything with our functionality. We'll update the list and everything with our own code, with our own functions. So I'll save that. And so now we have those pieces of functionality. And then what I'll do really quickly is to give us the opportunity to be able to test to at least make sure that the bookmarks are being shown on the page. Let's actually make the bookmarks work like this. So I'm going to put a little curly brace in here. I'm going to do a UL. Let me put the curly brace here actually, since it gave me the closing one already. And then I'm going to take my bookmarks and if bookmarks.length, right? So if my bookmarks got length, then I'm going to do bookmarks.map. And then for every single bookmark, I'm going to go ahead and return an li. The li is going to have a key. That's going to be equal to that bookmarks ID. Let's do this. I don't like when two things have the same name. Remember, we have a bookmark state variable. Now, a computer can figure out the difference, but it might be confusing to somebody else. So to make sure they know this is a different variable here. All right. And what I'm going to do here is inside, I'm going to essentially say that in the li, I will put an H4, and inside the H4, I'm going to simply write that I'll put the bookmark, the item.title, and this will be the item dot underscore ID. We'll do item.title, and then on top of item.title, then we'll do some anchor text here. We'll do href, and that'll be the URL here. And let's say item.url. Cool. And so now we got that part. And then we'll say that if we don't see anything, we'll say, if there's no bookmarks, we could say no bookmarks added. So we'll do that. So we'll have that going for us. And then once we complete that piece, then we're also going to go ahead and now that we have that part situated, we're gonna come up here and we'll make a little form, or we'll just make a couple inputs. We'll make a little form. Make a little form with a couple inputs in it. So now we have 3 inputs, and we'll say this one is type equal to text, type is equal to text, type is equal to text, and type is equal to submit. And we'll go ahead and copy this. Come on. Come on, wireless mouse. Do your thing. There we go. Copy. And we'll say this one is login. We'll say this one is sign up. The login doesn't need a third input. And then we need one more. And this one will be create a bookmark. Remember, this isn't going to be styled yet or organized yet. We're just going to do this just to test the functionality. In the next video, we're actually going to put it together. So keep that in mind. We're just getting the functionality working. Right? So boom, we have our three forms. It's going to look ugly, but we're going to have our three forms. And so each one of them is going to need that handle change function that we talked about before earlier on in the video. So we'll go ahead and we'll set that up. So what I'm going to do, I'll say const, I'll say handle change, right? And I'm going to say const handle change, and I'll say handle change auth, and I'll say const handle change, and I'll say const handle change auth and const handle change, just regular handle change. That's the way we'll name it. And now for the auth, the handle change is going to work like this. We'll go ahead, we'll take in the event as an argument, and then within there, we'll go ahead and we'll say that we'll call set credentials, and we'll set that equal to, let's say credentials, and then we'll say boom event dot target dot name is going to be equal to um, event dot target dot value, right? And then we'll do the same thing here on this one. We'll say in this one, instead of set credentials, this one's going to be set bookmark. And this is going to be, we're going to take spreading the bookmark. And we'll say event dot target dot name is equal to event dot target dot value. And then we'll start adding the pieces to the form, and then then we'll look at it inside the browser. So for the login, the first one is going to be, I'm going to have a value equal to credentials dot, and let's do email. Let's do name is equal to email. And let's do handle change. Let's do on change is equal to handle change credentials. Handle change auth, that's what we called it. Right? And we do the same thing for the other ones. So I'm going to, this battery is definitely about to die on this. Don't die during the video. Copy. Boom, boom, boom. And instead of email, this one's going to be password. We'll say credentials.password. And as a matter of fact, we'll change this one to also be password so it doesn't just show up inside the browser, right? We're going to need to do the same thing for this one, right? Same thing here. We'll do name, and this one is also going to have name. And then that one is going to be password. Right? And then for the bookmark one, also need to do the same thing. Except instead of handle change auth, it's just handle change. This one will make the title. And it won't be credentials.title. It'll be bookmark.title. Bookmark singular. And then we'll do the same thing here, handle change. The name is going to be URL. And the value is going to be bookmark.url. Right? And for this button, we'll say that the value for the button is going to be create bookmark. The value for this button is going to be sign up as a new user. And then up here, we'll say value is equal to login as an existing user. Right? So we have these three buttons here. And then we're going to make sure that the list bookmarks by user works, create bookmark, sign up, and login works. In order for us to check delete and update bookmark, which you already know they work on the back end, right? But in order for us to do that, we're going to need to do what we need to do in the second video. So we're not going to test those in the front end just yet. We're going to hold off on those two because they require us to do some fancy stuff with our looping. So we gotta do that. But we just want to make sure that we're able to start up the application, connect to the API, and that we're able to verify we can log in and that sort of thing, right? Now, next thing we need is the form needs to have an on submit, each one of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that's equal to curly braces. I'm going to put a little function in here, right? I'm going to say that e.prevent default. And then for the first one, we're going to call login. And that's what essentially we have to do with all of them. So I'm going to copy that. This one, same thing. Except this is not going to be sign up. It's not going to be login. It's going to be sign up. And this one's not going to be sign up or login. This one's going to be create bookmark. All right. Bam, bam. So we have all of our on submits. There's a specific reason why I'm doing it this way and not putting all that event stuff into create bookmark itself, etc. Because we might need to reuse those in different locations. And so we can't make it always needing to get the event object and all that stuff. So we don't have to rewrite them over and over again. So we're just gonna do it this way, right? And voila, we have each one of those forms set up, and we're gonna see if we're able to do the steps we want to do. So in order for us to test this now, we're gonna need to start our client, see if we have any errors, and if we have errors, we'll just go fix it real quick. npm run client. Let's see what we get. The application start. It says styles.css. Um, can't resolve styles.css. Oh, I forgot the dot slash. No big deal. I can already see that's what the error is. Boom. Yep. Sure did. Save. And that should fix it. Let's see. Boom. And now we got all of our stuff and no bookmarks added yet. Okay. So let's try to create a user. So I'm gonna make a user called I forgot which one is which. Is it email first? um, let's go ahead and let's add a little bit more text so that we can deal with that because I don't have to keep looking back and we don't have any placeholder text. So this one is email, so yeah, email comes first. But let's just write placeholder, and we'll go ahead and give that one placeholder text of email here, right? And then the placeholder password, placeholder, email, placeholder, name, placeholder, password, and then placeholder, title, placeholder, URL. Save. Cool. So we got like three more things to do, and then we're gonna end. So let's go ahead and go back to our browser, and let's try to create a user. So I'm gonna create a user named hello. Um, oh wait, hold on. I see something bound incorrectly. Let's double check this one. This one still says email. It should say password. Save. This is why we test. And then we'll go ahead and we'll say email. We'll say hello at email.com. We'll say name is avocado and password is 12345. Right? And we'll try to sign up as a new user. And then we'll know that the new user was signed up only by if we check the let me see, 1000. Wait. It's not, it's giving us a 401 unauthorized. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, no, that's right. That's all right. Cool, cool. That's not bad at all. We come back to components. Actually, let's go back to console. That's actually correct, and you'll see why in a second. But we'll go ahead and we'll say we're going to look at local storage dot dot token, which is where we saved it, and we make sure we have a token. So the fact that we have a token here means that we successfully were able to sign up the user. So we should also be able to log the user in. And let's go to the network tab and let's verify that we see a valid login coming in. So when we log in with the same credentials, right, it should give us back a token, right? So we successfully were able to do that. So that's working. So that token is there. And if we look inside of our components, right, we should have a token here inside of our state, right? So tokens working just fine, right? We're getting this "you shall not pass" message here, right, for our what is it called? Our bookmarks right now, and that's okay because that's what we should have at this moment in time. We're gonna do something to actually fix that a little bit, so that we only make the request if we actually have a token. But we're gonna wait a second before we actually do that. So now that we have successfully made that happen, now what we're gonna try to do now that we have a token is we're gonna try to create a bookmark. And so I'm gonna try to create a bookmark of hello, and we'll go to getstarpeople.com. We'll create the bookmark, and we should get a successful request there. Let's see, right? And we got our bookmarks, right? Boom, we got our bookmark. So we did a successful request, but our data didn't update. And the reason why our data didn't update is because of a little problem that not a problem we have, but a optimization we need to make, which is you see we're checking bookmarks.length and we're mapping over if we have it. Otherwise, we're saying no bookmarks added, all working the way it's supposed to work. But when we first load the page, we're going to try to grab all the bookmarks by user, and that's not going to give us back what we need. It's going to give us back a "you shall not pass" because we don't have a token yet, right? Um, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to make it work like this: is we're going to check and see if we have a token. So we're going to say um, const token is equal to local storage dot get item token, and then we're going to say if token, right? So we're going to say if token, um, if token does not equal um, let's say if token and token does not equal null and token does not equal undefined, then we'll call this right. Boom, just like that. So only if we have a token. Then I'm going to do a second use effect, and I'm going to do here is essentially I'm also going to check and see the same concept, right? I could technically do it in one um, user effect, but I don't like to do that when they both of them are doing two separate things really for me. I don't like to collapse them together because when I want to expand them later, I might have an issue. So essentially, I'm going to check and see if local storage has a token. And if it does, I'm going to call set token, right? And I'm going to go ahead and call set token and use the token here. And let me see, let's call this token data because I don't like when I have two variables with the same name. Now, like I said, because this is a inner scope, a local scope, it is going to work, right? And the computer won't have any issues figuring out what you're talking about, as long as you were intentional about what you meant. The problem is when somebody comes to read your code later, right? They might read it incorrectly because they might think you're talking about another variable. So I don't ever want to have that problem. So I try not to make my variables share the same name in the same file if I can get around it. So if token data, boom boom, awesome, right? Now what I will still do is like you see const response here and const response here. See, those two scopes are so separate from each other. Anybody reading that code will know that they're not the same thing. But this token scope is in the top of this function scope, right? This code here, if I put this word token, yes, this has its own inner scope, right? But somebody might be under the impression that I'm taking that since this scope is inside the other scope, that I might be talking about the same thing, right? And just like I said, so there's no confusion there. I'll just name it something different, and that's a personal choice. I think that makes your code cleaner and easier for somebody else to come and read. So we'll say set token token data, and we're doing that because we're going to take the token that was that was in the local storage and put it in the state when the page first loads. If there is um, a token inside the local storage, right? So that will prevent us from making the array be an empty array. And so preventing the array from breaking. Cool. So let's come back here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let me see something real quick. And let's verify we're sending the token in our code. Just want to double check that. I know we are, but it doesn't hurt for me to take a look. And let's go back up to create bookmark. Just verify we're sending the token. We create bookmark, we send the token. Oh, actually, we did forget to send the token here. We forgot to send the token, right? So we'll go ahead here. We'll say method, right? This is going to be a get request, yes. But we still need to set those authorization headers. And we're going to set the authorization header to be bearer $ curly brace token. And then save. And this says cannot read property. User of undefined on check token. Check token line 13. Decoded. That's what we need. Let's do that. Let's just make that one change. You get rid of that edge case. We did it above. For some reason, we forgot to do it a little bit below. Let's save again. Cool. And now let's go ahead and refresh our app. And getting a unauthorized when we try to go to API users. Let me see where that's coming from now. Right? Because we should actually have that fixed. Let's debug it. Because look, we're seeing unauthorized. We know that's coming from only place that could come from. Why we put 4.1 unauthorized? That's an ensure logged in, right? But that's not. But that's only has 2 lines of code. It's not going to give us an error. The error has to be happening beforehand. We need to for some reason not be sending the authorization header. And yep, see the authorization just says bearer, and that must mean the token is not getting set in time. So that's fine. Let's see. Let's go to app.js. Let's look at the time frame of everything. And let's come here, boom, boom, bearer token, the token that we would get from the state. I see the issue. I do see the issue. The issue is going to come in here because now we have a race condition. We don't know which one of these is going to finish first, right? Set token updates the token at the end of the updates with the token data of whatever was set in the local storage, right? The local storage is, but it still needs to fetch that data out of it, right? So what would actually probably be more ideal, even though I don't like to do this in this particular instance, would be yeah, I really don't want to do that. But in this instance, that's actually going to be the temporary solution, and we'll change it back once we don't need to do it this way anymore. Once we add some more functionality, we're going to fix that immediately. But essentially, we can't have this because this set token function is going to take the token data, right? Set the token, right? We don't know when it's going to complete its process of actually setting the token data, right? So the state token is getting set is gonna get the value eventually, but it's not gonna get the value in time for us to be for when we call this function for the token to have any value. So that's our problem. That's our problem there. So even if there is a token present, this all gets screwed up. So what we need to do instead, right, is we need to actually just have this actually use the token from local storage directly. And we'll do local storage dot get item, and we'll get the token from here, right? Because if that exists, then it'll already be sitting there inside the it'll already be sitting there inside the local storage for us to be able to utilize it, rather than us using the state variable, right? And that'll actually be the best way for us to handle that. And then that's that. And then we'll save it, right? Um, and so we should be able to get that token, and that should solve our problem at least temporarily. And we have our authorization header, bearer, space, local storage, get item, token. That should all be good. We don't need to set our content type, but I'm going to do it anyway. It should default to JSON because we're just making a GET request. We're not sending any data. Right? But I'm going to go ahead and add that just for formality. And now we should be able to, let's say, check token, local storage, get item token. Let's verify that that's all good. Let's go back over to our code. And let's verify one, that we have our token, local storage, dot get item. And let's verify we got a token here. There we go. So token, good. Right? So that should be good. And let's see what message we actually end up sending back. When we make this, we can catch the error. Interesting. I see what it is. It has a double set of quotes on it, which is easy for us to fix. And then we'll go ahead and fix that real quick, and then we'll be done. I don't know if you can tell, but fixing bugs is like my favorite part. And let's do this. Let's come here. And so I did see what it is, what actually is causing the issue. And that is we need a JSON dot parse it because it's stringifying the quote, so the quote strings also. We parse it, it should fix that for us. And then we need to do the same thing here because it would definitely do the same thing here also. JSON.parse. Like that. And then save. And then if we go back to our code, and there we go, now we have a bookmark. And so now the bookmarks is working appropriately. And you can see that the bearer token on authorization header is working the way it's supposed to work. So that's done. And I'll go ahead and say hi. And I will choose to make another bookmark. And let's say this one is https colon slash slash instagram.com. Feel like I spelled Instagram wrong. Sure did. Doesn't matter though. Create the bookmark. Right? And we had a little typo here. Let's see what that is. See, when we went ahead and we made hello and then https colon slash slash, right? bigpapacode.io, create. You see that it created it, but it's empty there. It does create it in the back end for us correctly. So we're sending the data, but there is a gap there. Let's fix that. And let's go to create bookmark. Let's see how it unravels itself. So it says boom boom, JSON.stringify, the bookmark, set bookmarks, data, bookmarks, and then set bookmark. Boom. We'll fix that because that again is finishing before some asynchronous stuff. So we'll go ahead and we'll say finally. And we'll set bookmark back to empty strings there. So this way this has time to do its whole process. Right, boom, done, done. Take the data from there like that. Right. And let's look here really quickly. Item.url, item.title, and that's our array. Let's save it. I'm actually not convinced that will actually debug it. Let's actually come back over here to components, right? And let's keep an eye on this data as it goes through. 0, 1, and 2. Let's keep an eye on these three. Let's add something like Superman. And let's say https://actioncomics.com. And let's see. Function JSON. I know what it is. That means I must have a typo, and you see it says function JSON here. So that must mean that when we call response.json, we forgot to put the parentheses on the end and actually invoke it. 'Cause that's what looks like that's what's happening there. So let's see if I am correct. Let's go up to create bookmark. Let's see. Yep, there we go. Forgetting parentheses. And save. That's just going to cause a visual problem. Not actually going to break anything, but for half our application is visual, so we care about that. So we'll say Batman, and we'll say https://detectivecomics.com, create, and there we go. So it looks like these are like everything is working now, and we have the functioning application. So the next things that we're going to do is in our next video, we're now going to take this fully functioning application, and then we're just going to organize our functioning code. We're going to take our code and set it up in such a way that it's well mapped out, that we don't have too much duplicate code, etc., etc. That's what we're going to do when we come back in our next video. So again, we're going to come back in video number 2, organize all this, have a separate bookmarks page, have a have different pages for login and sign up functionality. This way that it's not all just jumbled on one spot. But essentially, right now we have all the capability we need to have inside of our application. We just need to make it work the way we want it to work. Then we got to add update and delete functionality applied, right? And then we also need to use the useRef hook, right, to work with our ability to be able to create a bookmark. So that's all going to be done in the next video. So I'll see you then. And take care. Have a blessed day, and be blessed, have success, all that good stuff.